Well, hello to the one person in the stream that I'm like 90% sure is Bax. Hello. This is not like a special Valentine's Day stream or anything like that, no. Oh, hello, Kirby. So yes, it's just going to be a continuation of Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies. Oh, both of you are in there. Bax is so incognito that she doesn't even count as a viewer on my viewer stats. That's great. So yeah. We be watching you dump? What? What does that mean? What do you mean, Bax? Oh, simp. Oh, it's updated now. It's updated to 2 viewers. She's officially a viewer. Congratulations, Bax. Anyway, it's just, you know, case 3, part 2, investigation. Well, I think, is it investigation? Or is it... It might be investigation, actually. Well, without further ado, let's get into it. Okay, here we go. Thanks, Bax. Your dedication to my torment is truly, truly remarkable. Right, anything agency. Sorry, boss, I couldn't do it. You know that little bit of advice you gave me? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I don't know exactly what you meant, but there's no way I could force a smile in that courtroom today. I'm just glad you remembered that. But now, how about relaxing a little? Relax? Not gonna happen! Oh, she's gonna put herself onto an early grey fuck. Junie, she asked me to defend her because she believes in me. But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't for their confessions, I'd... But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial... Hello? Hello, Meow Meow. It's a magic prop, so it's just like that. Heyo, Beanie baby. Heyo. Beanie. Come. Hi, baby. Meow meow. Yeah, good girl. Would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? No, I can't lose it all. Not now. I gotta believe in the heart of the cards for Junie. You okay, Athena? You're turning kinda pale. I can't just stand around here. I'm gonna go finish the investigation. Can't it wait? I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies out of my magical panties. Thanks, but I'd better get going. Save me one for when I get back. Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie at the detention center right away. No, wait, I'm going with you. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I better go too. No problem. You two be careful. It's like a magical panties. Don't question it. She's a magician, I swear. There's so much I need to ask Junie. What happened in court today? Where do we go from here? Ah, fuck, it's him. Well now, fancy meeting you here. Oh, Professor Means, what brings you here? I asked him to come. He arrived just a little bit before you. I wanted to ask him something, but first, Athena, I want to apologize for my sudden confession after you worked so hard to defend me. She was calling me Athena until just now. No, I should be the one apologizing. The whole thing spiraled out of my control. I don't want to imagine that, Bax, but thank you for putting that thought in my brain on this day of the Lord. Athena, Don't worry, I'll really bring it tomorrow. I'll find something to prove you're innocent. About that, Athena, I've been thinking of asking Professor Means to defend me. Huh? I myself only heard about this a moment ago. Oh, so she thinks Professor Means would be... No, I can't let this happen. Not with the way he wants to do things. Junie. I know, Athena. But will you please hear me out? No, I won't. Anyway. Why change lawyers? Athena, do you actually think Hugh or Robin could have committed this crime? The body was moved right before the mock trial. Besides Junie, they're the only ones. Who could move freely around the campus at that time? I'm sorry, Junie, but at this point I can't rule them out. I was afraid you'd say that. Juniper is seeking a lawyer who can clear all three of their names. Only I am capable of such a feat. But how could you possibly prove all three of them were innocent? I am a results-orientated person. Come tomorrow, I won't fail to have the perfect piece of evidence ready. For the end really does justify the means, especially for me, Professor Aristotle Means. I really don't like the sound of that. Yeah. Two kinds of people. I'm sorry, but just as you believe I'm innocent, I believe my friends are innocent too. Alright, if that's how you really feel, we'll respect your decision. Apollo? But we want to continue our investigation. Could we ask you some more questions? Sure, I don't mind. Professor Means, would you like to stay and join our conversation? No. Yes, of course. I'm your lawyer, after all. There's that smile again. Why does it always creep me out? About your confession, Junie, it's not true, is it? You just said what you did because Robin had confessed on the stand, didn't you? Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was I had to help my friend. You mean because of that school rule? The one that says you can't graduate if you are convicted of a crime? No, I didn't do it because of some rule. I did it because she's my friend. Why is there discord in her voice again? Could it really be that the friendship between the three of them is on the rocks? Yes, well, it's a smile of a killer, Bella. There's more here than meets the eye. When did you three first become friends? Well, even though we were in different courses, we really bonded from the first day at school. We vowed to work together to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That was when our proof of friendship came about. There's that proof of friendship thing again. I just wish that it was as simple as that. Yeah, the discord is in her voice. The entire server. I'm sorry. We live inside an 18-year-old girl now. Look, okay, budgeting is hard. Times are tough. I don't have a lot of money right now. You think we use money in hell? No. Heh, we even have proof of our friendship. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. But the situation kind of changed recently. When the school's policy shifted to training legal professionals who produce results. Allow me to explain. In the lawyer course I teach, producing results means winning trials. Professor Court, on the other hand, taught that finding the truth was the only valid result. Unfortunately, that clash of ideas created a rift among our students. At some point, we stopped talking about it. Well, that meant fewer arguments. It also meant we couldn't be as frank and open with each other as we used to be. I think I understand now. By putting their friendship on a pedestal, they actually did more harm than good. It seems the relationship between the three of them isn't as simple as I thought. Juniper, thank you for talking to us about this difficult subject. Yeah, thanks, Junie. Now, if you could tell us about the day of the murder. Junie, you told us yesterday that you went home a little after 6. Was that a lie? I'm sorry I didn't tell you this before, but what actually happened was I left the art room a little after 6 and headed to my dressing room where I worked on my stage costume until 7. That's it? You didn't go anywhere else? No, nowhere else. And if that really were it, then there would be no reason to lie in the first place. She's gotta be hiding something else. Junie, do you perhaps remember this picture? Yes, but something's wrong here. Wrong? What's wrong? I took this picture around 6, which is before I'd left the art room. But the clock here says it's just after 7. By 7, I'd already been working in my dressing room for some time. So there's definitely something wrong with the time in this picture. I guess we'd better go check out the art room. Okay, just one last question about the day of the murder. On the evening before the mock trial, the evening of the murder, you ran into Hugh. Yes, I did. Around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you'd like to ask? She suddenly went silent. She was always terrible at hiding things. Was she trying to keep their meeting a secret by lying about going home at 6? Alright, I won't press the matter any further. Is there anything else you noticed on the night of the murder? Well, I don't know if this will help, but that evening I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe about 8:30. Around 8:30, huh? That's over an hour after when the crime supposedly took place. That's when I noticed both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. It made me happy to think that after all the hard work, they were finally finished. Oh, right, the statues that Robin made? So they were covered in a white sheet. Junie, are you okay? Sorry, I'm a little tired, that's all. Athena, I think this meeting is over. Professor Means? I will use any means possible to get the result I want in Juniper's case. But it will require considerable preparation, so I must be off. Hold it! Ah! Junie! And Professor Means, I have a proposal. A proposal? A proposal? Wait, this isn't another one of your crazy. By sundown today. Yes? I, Athena Sykes, along with Apollo Justice, wait a second, don't drag my name into this, we're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. What? And we're going to bring you a solid evidence showing just what that truth is. I see. So it has come to this, has it? Oh yeah, he's absolutely... His whole thing is doing anything to get the result he wants, even if that means forging evidence. If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Then you shouldn't need anyone else to defend you except me. Have we got a deal? I trust that's okay with you too, Professor Means. No. I have no objections as long as Juniper is satisfied with this arrangement. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. I'm sorry to put you through this, Athena, but thank you. I've been thinking only of myself this whole time. Junie, it's way too early to thank me, but you can thank me all you want once I get to the bottom of this. Very well, I will see you back here at sundown. Sorry for all the trouble, Professor. She's just new to the agency, so... Don't be silly, I find it rather thrilling. Now, let us meet here again later. How can he legally teach law when Phoenix lost his... Ah, you see, Phoenix got caught. Phoenix got caught presenting false evidence. As long as he doesn't get caught, theoretically, you could get away with anything. If you excuse me, I'd better go. Okay, see you later. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? This is no time to be thinking about that. I've got an investigation to do. I will find the truth by sundown, no matter what. Exactly, he didn't know the false evidence was false. So basically what happened in Apollo Justice, which is the game where he lost... the timeline in which he lost his badge, a man called Christoph Gavin gave, like, I think, Trucy was 6 years old. So he gave 6-year-old Trucy a bit of evidence and said, if you want to help your daddy, give him this evidence before he goes into court tomorrow. And it'll prove his client is innocent. And so Trucy goes, okay, thank you, mister. And then she gives the evidence to Phoenix. Little does she know, or Phoenix knows, Christoph went to his younger brother, who was the prosecutor in the case, Clavier, which is the German guy we've seen in this game, and said, hey, tomorrow Phoenix is going to present a bit of evidence that cannot exist. It's falsified evidence. And Clavier was like, "Nein, he would not do that. That's not a good thing to do. He's a good man." And then Christoph was like, "Don't believe me if you want to, but, you know, he's gonna do it." And then when Phoenix inevitably presents the evidence, Clavier's like, scheisse. And is like, "Hey, judge, this is false evidence." And then, Phoenix gets arrested and ends up, like, losing his badge and whatnot. So the case outcome was unidentified because the defendant, who was actually Trucy's biological father, ran away and went missing. So he actually abandoned Trucy, because Trucy's mum is presumed dead. So yeah. So Phoenix was like, "You're mine now. We're getting soft tacos later." And that's how that game went, or rather that trial, and that's how Phoenix got Trucy. Also, I can't believe they're related. That's my pillow. You don't lay on that side. You know you don't lay on that side, Vinny. Thank you. You lay on that side if you want it. I don't want your poop butt on that side of my pillow. Okay, where are we going? We go into the hallway. We're not going to the hallway. Lecture hall. I'll go into the lecture hall. Outstage. Yeah. Oh, it's fucking her. No, she's gone to her cardboard box to lay in. Is it my imagination, or did something just move? Speak of the man and he appears. Afternoon, you two. Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking onto campus like this is slightly suspicious? I'll have you know I'm continuing my investigation in the strictest of confidence. I don't want to be caught napping again on tomorrow's trial. And that means a thorough investigation today. Think you can lend us a hand? He will, because he's our friend. I'm not fun to refuse a damsel in distress. He's just gay. That's his character trait. His character trait is... Actually, he's not gay. He's a raging bisexual. He's actually was in a band. He was the lead singer in a band called the Gaviners that had to disband because the fucking guitarist murdered somebody. But he's... Kirby, no. Kirby, down. Bad. It's really funny, though, because all prosecutors are like, oh, I'm not your friend. I'm your evil enemy. No, he didn't. Apollo did. It was in Apollo's game. So... all the prosecutors tend to be like, I hate the defense. I don't like them. I'm a bad guy, or I'm emo and misunderstood. This guy's character trait is he's your friend. He's your best friend. And he will tease you in court, but he will not go out of his way to be nasty to you. Yes. Probably. I mean, him and Apollo definitely had something, or still have something. They give the kind of air of exes that can't get over each other. They're in a constant on and off situationship. But you needn't have asked, Fraulein. I'd intended to help from the start. You're the best, Prosecutor Gavin. Okay, time for a thorough investigation of his abs. I mean, I bet we missed a lot of stuff yesterday. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform in the stage... a school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. We also had some tricks up our sleeves to make the concert really rock. Pyrotechnics, a fog machine, big banners, things like that. It would have looked like this. Oh, the plans from yesterday. What's that design on the banner in the background, in the back? I know the scales of the school emblem, but what's with the number 6? It looks like it's in serious pain or something. Yeah, basically. Athena, Ixnay on the Ixay. That's the governor's logo, Fraulein. Oh, a nice pig Latin air forehead, really smooth. Like your brain. No valleys or lumps, no ridges or bumps. All thoughts slide right off. Oh, I mean, it looks like the number 6 rocking seriously hard. 9, Fraulein. It's a G for governors, not a 6, but whatever floats your pretty boat. So, where's the banner? I don't see it anywhere on stage. It was an important part of the show, but the school managed to misplace it somehow. It's a pity if you had it specially made from heavyweight higher grade cloths. A missing banner and 2 broken statues. The mysteries are plenty to be solved, yeah? Thanks. Come to think of it, one of the broken statues was of Prosecutor Gavin. As you can see here in the stage plans, right where we have the statue of me, and right here we have a right statue, me forgetting how to speak German. But little does that matter now, as we are both lying pieces thanks to you, Air Forehead. What did I ever do to you? Actually, the statue broke into rather large pieces. Why don't we try and put it back together? Maybe we'll learn something new. Picking up the pieces of a shattered rock star. Achtung, that's one uber cool idea. There may even be a song in there somewhere. Yay, let's do this. Schnell. She's communicating with him. Is this an investigation or am I interrupting a German language club social event? Yeah, schnell. Schnell, Fraulein. No, 9. No, no, no. No. I can't read. No, I'm not breaking up with him. I don't know. This is fine for a rock concert, but the nighttime sky is a backdrop for the courtroom? Personally, I think it's breathtaking. I mean, speaking the truth under a starry sky, don't you think it's romantic, Fraulein? The waning crescent moon represents the maximum 3-day trial cycle. 3 days... 3-day trials outdoors? No thanks. It'll start raining. My hair will be ruined. Wait, you don't think this weird box here is... Hands off! I knew it. I know that voice anywhere. Let's just ignore it. It made its wishes loud and clear. So, this is the future cardboard box technology has afforded us. He doesn't, actually. Come to think about it, he doesn't have very many voice lines. He has, like, his objection lines. But that's it. That's the only voice lines he really has. Oh no, Prosecutor Gavin, you're in a complete wreck. Literally. Why in the world would somebody do something like this? I don't know, but whoever did it must have felt an amazing sense of release. Can I take that as a confession, Airforehead? What? No! I feel bad for Robin. She worked so hard on these. Let's pick up the pieces for her. You got it. Let's check every corner of the stage then, yeah? I'm hearing things. Found one. A piece of Prosecutor Gavin's shattered pride. Are you saying my pride is as fragile as as plaster of Paris? It looks like there are other large pieces scattered about. Okay, let's find what we can. Found another piece of the statue. But there should just be some. There should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. I don't believe so. Found another piece of the statue, but there should still be some more. Found another. The other statue Robin's made has been smashed to bits. If there were some larger pieces, we might be able to put this one back together too. Yeah, but all I see is itty bitty ones. I wonder what Mr. Wright would think if he knew we put Prosecutor Gavin's statue back together, but he left his like this. We could always come back to it after the case is solved. I'll help you fix it. Am I blind? Oh. This looks like another piece of the statue. Thanks, Apollo. That makes 5 pieces in all. I think we have all we're gonna find. Okay, let's get back to where Prosecutor Gavin was shattered. I think you might want to revert that. Ugh. No, I don't see any other big pieces laying around. Yeah. Let's see if we can put the statue back together. Alright, Apollo, you come over here. Prosecutor Gavin, if you hold this. We did it! Not bad, if I do say so myself. Yeah, but don't you think it's strange? We put the statue back together, but look. What's with all these leftover white pieces? They look like they go together. And this one too. Athena, what do you think you're doing? Don't stop me now. The artist inside me wants to get out and have a good time. No way did we make that from 3 shattered pieces. So, what is it? Oh, it's the goddess of law holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in the other. That's quite a feat you pulled off there, Fraulein. Phew, I really love that feeling you get after you work really hard on something. No, I knew who it was. I meant, what is it doing here? Not sure, there's no statue like this in the stage plans. It's not though, it's nearly the same size as this. Still, I could swear I've seen this statue somewhere before. Oh, we have. Let me go. Here. See? So here. It's meant to be an abstract one. The more we learn, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. At least we're moving in the right direction. Let's keep searching the stage for clues. I've been wondering about something this whole time. You know that pole right at the edge of the stage? You mean this? It has a wire that goes off and connects to something somewhere. The art room? Oh my god, there's the governor's banner. An impressive building fit for an impressive school. Yeah, and these beautiful walls are like big blank canvases, see? My shoe prints leave a really distinct marks. Hey, cut that out before you get us in trouble. This wire is for hanging banners over the stage. One of the policemen who was here earlier was checking how it worked. Oh, so that's why the banner looks out of place. The banners are hung and removed from the art room over there. That's the art room over there? As in the scene of the crime? Bingo, Fraulein. It's still crawling with cops, though. Hey, anyone in that art room? Oh, it's him! Oh, it's you people! Haha! In justice we trust! Ah, it's Detective Fulbright! In justice we trust! Is that some kind of greeting between you two? Detective Fulbright, can you lower that banner from there? Of course! Just leave it to me! Kirby, it's your favorite man. How's that? Oh, phew. Thanks, Detective. In justice we trust. Haha, always glad to help. In justice we trust. He's gone. It's okay. He's gone. So is that some kind of greeting between you two or not? He's so confused. He doesn't... It looks like the banner's down. Let's just have a look at it. Look at this banner. I don't think it would flap very well in the wind. An unflappable banner? Hey, I like that. It goes perfect with an unflappable lawyers and unflappable rock stars. It's like it was made for this very stage. Look at this. The bottom part's all knotted up. Let me try and unravel it. No. Oh my god. Hi. Hi, Prince. How's it going? Jeez, did you really have to? You don't have to you don't come across an unflappable banner every day. We can't have Sherelle being defaced like that. Athena, there are some things that have to yield to forces beyond themselves. What a cruel world we live in. Hey, a scrap paper was caught up inside. Ah, it's blowing away. I got it. Yes. Great catch, huh? Looks like some kind of note. What does it say? October, Hugh, 120. October, Hugh, 120. What's that supposed to mean? A test score, maybe? Pretty impressive when you consider that 100's a perfect score. I don't see how even Hugh can get beyond perfect. Fraulein, shall we inspect the banner again now that it's been unraveled? Yeah, it's got blood on it. Hugh scrap added to court records. This is the emblem that's on Junie's school uniform. Hey, you're right. Wait a second. It's hard to see against the red material, but look, there's a dark red stain just under the emblem. This banner was on a wire connected to the art room. Right, and the art room is where the murder occurred. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? The stain might have come from the victim's blood. Oh my god. Thank you. This statue doesn't look like anything like you or Mr. Wright. It's a goddess bearing the scales in a sword. She is a symbol of fairness and strength. But she and her symbols were shattered along with the statues of you and Mr. Wright. This is a direct challenge to the rules of law. Well, if they want to fight, they've got one. Whoa, take it down a notch, Tiger. Let's save the fighting for when we find our culprit. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna fist fight the person who I know who has killed this. Does that mean you're satisfied? Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to check out. See that metal fence back there? Wait, oh, that one. There's just one segment, so it looks out of place. It looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up. But they were never able to finish on account of the murder. We should take a look if you think it's important. This track looks man-made. Hey, you're right, and it looks like it starts from behind the backdrop. Maybe a big, muddy pro wrestler was hiding back there? Well, that was totally random, but we'll never know until we take a look. Looks like something was being dragged through here, and that's where it started. Yeah, but whatever it was, it's long gone. Must have been pretty heavy. Perhaps it was used setting up the school festival. Aw, then I guess it wasn't a pro wrestler. Still, this could be something important. Well, that's about it for the stage. Right. I think we'd better search the art room next. I think I'll hang around here for a while. But make sure to tell me once you find it, yeah? Find what? What else? The governor's banners that disappeared from the stage. You never know, it might just be connected to the case at hand. Really? Or does he just want his banner back? Don't tell me. So in short, that's... Hey! And it's gone. That box! It just took off running! I have a pretty good idea who that is, as I suspect you do too. Come on, we can't afford to have any weird articles written about us. The maintenance area is over in that direction. After that box. Famous Legal Academy maintenance area. Miriam, you're liable to get tossed in the garbage truck if you hang around here. I'm just an empty box, and that's what you do with them. You throw them away. Hey, did you change boxes? I like the new look. What does it matter anymore? I was a complete failure in court today. My work, my pride, my dreams, everything I worked so hard for, gone. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter? A failure as a reporter. Cack! I don't know. Come to think about it, calling her a failure as a reporter might have been a bit extreme. Scold me, despise me, pack me away where I'll never see the light of day. I've been cast aside. To waste away in a big pile of mushy paper mache. Kind of feel responsible for this, but now's our chance to prod her for information while she's vulnerable. Apollo! I bet that's what you were thinking, huh? What kind of person do you think I am? He read me like a book. Oh. What's that? Scuttling scuttlebutt. That was you on stage earlier, wasn't it? Why'd you run off like that? Take a look at this. Why are you showing me this burnt up rag? Wait, it's really hard to see, but I think that's the Governor's logo there. So this is the banner that disappeared. It's all burnt up. Don't look at me, I just happened to find it in the incinerator. The incinerator? Did Blackwell actually make good on his threat to burn her box? We should probably try and find out whether someone tried to destroy this on purpose. Yeah, this banner is sounding less and less unrelated to our case, Apollo. Burnt fragments are added to the court record. The depths of despair. Miriam, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have said you were a failure as a reporter. Too late. I already decided journalism isn't for me. The latest step is to erase all of the photos from on my PC. I'm really gonna do it. Here goes. 5%, 10%, 4 years of my life down the drain. Shouldn't we stop her, Athena? Miriam, you should keep publishing your paper. I didn't mean what I said, okay? You didn't mean it. Oh no, my photo stopped! Cancel, abort! Did you stop it in time? Deletion progress 99% complete. There were only 2 pictures left. What are you going to do now, Athena? You owe it to her to make this right. I know. Don't worry, Miriam. Your photos may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all our hearts. Oh, Athena, that was cringeworthy. Hey, Miriam, check this out. You took amazing photos of the 3 of them. I'm sure they'll really appreciate it. Obviously, I'm the ace member of the newspaper club. The only member, in fact. I know this won't make up for the photos you lost, but here are your newspapers back. Themis Herald and Themis Herald Extra return to Miriam. There's no rest for the wicked. I plan on pursuing those 3 for as long as I live. Miriam, why are you so obsessed with Juniper, Hugh, and Robin? Oh, obsessed? I'm not obsessed with them. It's just they were so close ever since their freshman year, so, well... Athena, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, I think there's only one explanation. Wait a second, you're not thinking what I think you're thinking. Objection! That's exactly what he's thinking, Miriam. You want in on their little trio. Cat! 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 How could you possibly know that? You broke her again. That's one abused laptop. Cack. My laptop won't turn on. I never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years. And now I really feel bad. Oh, I know. Miriam, we have a laptop at the office. We'd be happy to lend it to you. Huh? You have a laptop I could use? Sure, but on one condition. I want you to ask Junie, Hugh, and Robin if you can hang out with them. Why? Like I could ever do that. Sorry, but that's the deal if you want to borrow our laptop. You scare me sometimes, Athena. You're like good cop, bad cop, all rolled into one. Fine, I'll do it. That's all you want. Yay! I'll be by later to bring you the laptop. Oh, wait. It's not like I owe you anything, but here. Thanks. Oh, it's a set of pictures. Why is Hugh operating heavy machinery? Looks like they're setting up the stage. Yeah, it looks like they were putting the stage backdrop into place. Oh, you sure have an eye for photography, from what I can make out anyway. These are the last 2 photos that didn't get deleted. They're all yours. Does she have a printer in there too? Stage setup photos added to the court record. Well, see you around, scary lawyer lady. Oh, it's really impressive, Athena. What's next? Well, I'd like to talk to Hugh or Robin if possible. Okay, let's walk around and see if we can find them. Oh. Well, here it is, the art room where the grisly crime occurred. Let's start looking. Stop right there! This is an active crime scene. No unauthorized personnel allowed. What? Can't you make an exception? You won't even notice where... Freeze! Don't think so. No exceptions. Now move along. Nothing to see here. He doesn't seem very accommodating this time. Let's try again later. It's okay, he's gone. Don't worry. You're okay. You're safe. It's not one hallway. Hey, that's you over there. You. We wanted a word with you, if you don't mind. If it was Mr. Wright, then sure, but you two? Meh. I knew it. There's a hint of discord in Hugh's voice. You're not getting off that easy. After all, you're a possible suspect, plus you already confessed in court. Whatever. So what do you want from me? I'll make it brief. I don't have a lot of time, and I assume you don't either. About your confession today. You weren't serious about that, were you? Let's just say I had no choice thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done. So you're really prepared to take the blame for this? Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female, so that rules me out. Let's put it this way. You don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Blackade? No, Blackwell. Oh, blackmail. That's what you mean. Well, my confession is just like that. A means to an end, or as we say around here, the end justifies the means. But I actually do believe the voice is shouting Hugh O'Connor. Juniper's confession was quite advantageous for the real killer. But if Robin or I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's that simple. Even you should be capable of such reasoning, or have I overestimated you? You'll make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. Could Hugh and Robin's confession really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? This is going to take some serious thinking on my part. Relation to Blackwell. It sure looked like Prosecutor Blackwell was twisting your arm to testify earlier today. Is there some sort of secret he's using against you? I have no intentions of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me. Hold. I am not through with you yet. Seems like the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave and we just might discuss you know what. No, wait. One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it? What's that all about? I am very worried. I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. You really are a rank amateur. Even if that were true, you'd think I'd open up to you. So he's not denying it. That secret might be causing the discord in his voice. Then again, we have the same problem with Junie and Robin. You're just wasting your time. Oh, and mine. Next question. Courts planner. About that meeting with Professor Cord on the 23rd, why did she want to see you? I've no intention of telling you. You'll have to force it out of me any way you can. Professor Means strikes again. And then again, Hugh is in the lawyer course. But didn't Professor Court used to say that only good results is the truth? So why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth? The truth. How can you be so sure it will help you solve this case? The truth isn't necessarily your friend, nor Juniper's for that matter. No, you're wrong. I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to defend Junie the right way, using the truth. That's the only way to honor Junie's wishes in Professor Court's memory. I see. Very well, Miss Sykes. I'll testify tomorrow about that truth you're so interested in. You. But... don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of it, understand? What's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say. I thought you guys were friends. Yes, we were. Until recently, actually. Were? I've already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Just as I have my secrets, she has a side you've never seen. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. What are you saying? This conversation is over. Like I said, I don't have that a lot of time, and I mean it. Hugh, wait. He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore? Why would he say that? It didn't go so well. I guess I'll just have to pin our hopes on his testimony tomorrow. Athena, what do you say we maybe head over to the art room? Maybe it'll be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed their investigation. Alright, we don't really have much time left anyway. Ha! Well, if it isn't my little lawyer friends again. Thanks again for lowering that school banner for us earlier. Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about. I'm sorry, Kirby. Right, so this art room was where the murder actually occurred? That's right. You can't see it with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. That area roped off in the middle of the room marks the spot. The police investigation is done, so if you want to take a look around, knock yourselves out. Art room investigation. Find anything new, Detective Fulbright? Haha, good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet. He sure is confident for having found nothing. But if we're talking outside of the art room, there's been a major breakthrough. Oh dear, unless I find out about what that is, I don't know what I shall do. No need for the theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one. Whoa, you saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed. Looking to get arrested for murder by unwarranted flattery, are we? So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You want to know? You really want to know? You really... Come on, just tell us already. Aw, you're no fun. Anywho, we got the results of the voice print analysis back. Voice print? Oh, you mean for the tape recorder? Exactly. The voice belongs to the suspect, Miss Woods, beyond a shadow of a doubt. See right here? They analyzed the voice of the tape inside and out. Ah, fuck. And you thought the voice in the tape was saying Hugh O'Connor. Ha ha ha. Thanks for the good laugh, Miss Sykes. He's the last person I want laughing at me. So now there's evidence of Juniper shouting You're O'Connor around the time of death. If we were to take this as truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Junie would shout that in the first place. Oh my god, that's the back button. A mock trial script on the floor and a nearby envelope marked as use. I wonder if Miriam's script was ever really inside that envelope. Let's see here. By Miriam Scuttlebug, and the title is Rouge et Noir, Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. I wouldn't take part in that mock trial if she begged me. It says here it's special rules for allowing the payment of bribes whilst court is adjourned. Oh, and you can bring up the $3 worth of fabricated evidence. It also says, Welcome to the darkest mock trial ever, where the end justifies the means. The prosecution claims that this is a script that was supposed to have been used. But the scripts were selected by Professor Cork. Considering how much she valued the truth, I seriously doubt she'd have picked a script titled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. Gave him what? Whoa, you have that title memorized already? Look at that piece of pottery. Looks like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made it. And I bet it won't last long, not with the way she deals with her own work anyway. Oh, the voice print thingy. No, they sent it off to analysis in a lab. Voice printing is surprisingly integral to the game's plot. Believe it or not. It seems like such a waste. I mean, this one's already got some colour on it. It looks like a blood stain from the way the glaze was dribbled onto it. Just like blood stains. In justice we trust! That does look like bloodstains! We better examine that at once! I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of the room where the big bloodstain is. Then brought over here, at which some point some of her blood dripped onto these pieces. That means the body very well could have been dropped from this window. In the mock trial script, the body was dropped onto a mat. Then a ball cart was used to move it over to the stage. The maintenance area is below this room, and the storehouse has a mat and ball cart. Oh, I didn't read it right. Whoops. So, even the moving of the body was carried out just like the script. The killer sure had a thing for Junie's script. Well, what did you expect? That's why we suspected the defendant in the first place. Well, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it in court. This is the clock that created a major problem for Junie. Let's take a closer look. Don't waste your time. I've checked it. It's 100% accurate. You sure? How'd you check it? Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch, see? Detective Fulbright, didn't you notice that your watch had stopped? It has? This is unacceptable. We obviously can't rely on him. Let's just take a look for ourselves. He's stupid. Wait a second. It's ahead by 1 whole hour. Well, detective? But the clock must have also been an hour ahead when the photo was taken, so that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Prosecutor Blackwell won't like this. I almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You can at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face. Oh, wait just 1 minute. The clock is an hour ahead, sure, but what proof do you have that it was running ahead on the day of the crime? That's a good question. Wait, I think I might just have something. Detective Fulbright, you would agree that there's a moon outside this window, right? Sure, a nice crescent one, like something out of the picture book. But if you look at that window in the back with the winch attached to it, you'll see that the only view to be had is the opposite side of the school building. Oh, then what is this moon doing here? Oh, I wonder. It's been edited. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen this stage up until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. It's the same as the one painted on the stage backdrop. The proof's right here. Oh, because it was right outside the window. It hasn't been edited, it's just right outside the window, see? At 6:01. The backdrop's out here. I know what this moon really is. And if you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows where that moon in the photo came from and the truth of Juniper's testimony. What? Where? Where does it show that? If you look right here, it all becomes crystal clear. They were still preparing the stage, so it was the backdrop so its backdrop wasn't in place yet. This photo shows them in the process of moving the backdrop into position. I can see that. That's a big board hanging here. The size matches too. But there's no picture. That's a crucial detail. It is, but I believe what we're seeing in the photo is the back of the board. The back of the... That's right. At around 6 o'clock when this was taken, a photo of that same board was being taken from the front. What do you mean from the front? The front is against a wall. That's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how we said the moon shouldn't have existed in this photo? Shouldn't have even existed in this photo? Take a good look. Are you suggesting that the moon is the one on the backdrop? Exactly. In short, this photo was taken while the backdrop was being moved. And as you can see here, it was around 6 when the backdrop was being set in place. Well, yeah. They would have heard it, but clearly it's just not something that's been mentioned. So the art room clock was running fast at least as far back as the day of the murder. How can I ever face Prosecutor Blackwell now? Yes, I just blew a hole in the piece of prosecution's evidence. Should have probably done that in court, though. I can see the other half of the building over there, and the quad and stage down below. Yeah, this must be the window Detective Fulbright stuck his head out of earlier. Oh yeah, thanks for the help, Detective. A true champion of justice always comes running to those in need. Great, then how about telling us Prosecutor Blackwell's strategy for tomorrow? Alright, let me think. Well? Oh, hey, I'm not falling for that. So close, I could almost taste it. Hey, it's gone. Remember that strange statue in the school camera photo? You're right, I wonder where it is. Robin's a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe she could shed some light on this. Picture of a girl wearing the floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. R. Newman. Whoa, Robin must have painted this. Is this Juniper? The clothes are different, but... Oh look, there's a piece of paper stuck to the back. Let's see what it says. Completely lacked Professor Court's artistry. Must keep practicing. Robin. Huh? I think this is plenty good myself. I wonder what would it look like... What it would have looked like if Professor Court had painted Juniper. Sorry, just gotta fix my top. It's very uncomfortable. I'm too autistic for this. Good God. Okay. I bet it would have been really artistic looking. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. C. Court. Well, Professor Court must have painted this. So, this is what they consider art? I really don't get it. I swear I've seen this girl before. There's an air of fragility about her and those pity-inducing eyes. Who is this again? Her name is on the tip of my tongue. It's fucking Woods. Hey, this area with the rope around it. That's where we detected a large bloodstain. In short, the victim was stabbed here or somewhere close by. The fact that there's no visible blood means it was wiped up with something, right? Right, but we were able to detect trace amounts of blood. Merely wiping it up does not remove all evidence of wrongdoing, and that, in a nutshell, is justice, right? I'd appreciate it if you let me have the cool lines. He's like a kicked puppy. I love him. Let's paint palette here. The yellow, a lot of unnecessary speaking. Some wire and a winch. So this is how they reel the banners in and out. There's a nice view of the stage from here. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. So it really wasn't you, Apollo? Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. I never clear my name unless we find the real culprit. Well, I think we've examined pretty much everything we can. By the way, did Prosecutor Blackwell happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial? In justice we trust. It's no use trying to pry more information out of me. Having just learned that the clock had been 1 hour fast, means we're back to square one concerning the suspect's actions that day. I wonder what the main argument would be about now. How about how the body was moved would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackwell's got his own plans. Oh, does he now? Detective Fulbright. Try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation. No, I wasn't going to ask you about that. I was just wondering if you'd seen Robin. Oh, you mean Miss Robin Newman. She was here just moments ago, and she mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall. Thank you, Kirby. Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Athena, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right, let's go. Goodbye, you little shit. Robin! Hey, Robin! Oh, Athena, Apollo! What are you watching there? Oh, it just so happens to be a video of the mock trial. You had to use a little bit of coercion to get it, but the end justifies the means, right? And there it is again. Professor Means sure has a lot of influence around here. Care to look into the true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me? Sounds great, but do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Sure, I'll tell you anything you want. Why did you confess? About your confession today, why'd you do it? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible. Right, the end justifies the means. So you're a follower of Professor Means too. Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as is Professor Court. I like them B-O-T-H. Bisexual confirmed. So she brushed that one off like a pro. But with that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. What? Why? I want to be an artist. That's what I really want, man. But no, my parents forced me to study to become a prosecutor. But if the trial went south, then you'd have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, right? Talk about someone who really, literally changes at the bat of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her own problems too. That totally makes sense. Yeah, I suppose so. But that doesn't make what she did right. Could you tell us about what you were doing the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on the stage until last bell. That's right, you made the statues of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Oh, yeah, I did. Both of them. This is just formality, but can you prove you were making the statues at that time? Can I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant. Both you and Robin were still at school after 7 p.m, but neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. Could one of them really have murdered Professor Court? Have there been any problems now that everyone here knows you're a girl? No worries there. Discussed the matter with Professor Court some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl, because just today I found out she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. Oh, they must really like you. I know, right? But now I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact I love girly clothes. That's why, Athena, I simply must have this by any means possible. What? But this is evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Aw, don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please, pretty please. Stage costume related evidence taken into classic end justifies the mean style. Oh, darn it. Anyway, thank you again, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I truly am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. The snitch? That sounds like a new lead. There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it to one of the professors. But why would anyone do that? Officially, I heard it's to seek out misconduct among the student body, but rumour has it grades were being bought and sold through this surveillance network. That's bribery. The situation at Phoenix Legal Academy is worse than I thought. While all of this is important stuff, I want to ask about the thing in the art room. I have to present some evidence to show her what I'm talking about, though. Oh, TP? Teleperformance, UK? Toilet paper? Teleport? What we on about? Oh, with the 120 on it. Oh, teacher's pet. Robin, I just remembered something I want to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know what it is? Whoa! Look at the unique artistic sense. It has to be one of Professor Court's creations, man. Professor Court's artistic sense. Professor Court's artistic sense, that's a tough one. I'd say it's avant-garde and very eclectic. Eclectic, yeah, I've heard that word used before. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange-looking painting in the art room was one of Professor Court's work, wasn't it? The statue in the photo was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice? Professor Court had planned on placing it in the judge's bench in the lecture hall. But the day before the mock trial it broke while she was polishing it. She said she'd take it back to the art room and try and fix it somehow. So, this is the statue in its proper state? You bet. Just look at that wild silhouette. Wow, it's so C-U-T-E. I don't get it. Do you have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this? Athena, the Lady Justice that you put back together on that stage. Oh right, I didn't realise it because it was in pieces before it was smashed. Maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does in the photo. But what in the world was it doing on that stage? Well, I think that about covers it. Okay. Then how about watching the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds good. So how do you want to watch it? The classroom's desk at this school have their own little built-in computer, you know? Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the professor's pre-trial speech. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. Oh, that sounds like Professor Means. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school's festival, will begin shortly. Was the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's in a fixed position in front of the stage. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. How come teacher's speeches always make me so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of his speech. Oh, hi, Juniper. Now, let the mock trial begin. Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Looks to me like she cut right in front of the camera. Juniper was also in charge of the audio, even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself. She had to do it to keep the script's details secret. She was all over the place that day. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Oh, so this is what the lecture hall looks like. Looks like there's a judge's bench back by the screen and a witness stand up by the front. Yeah, it is. What about those two balconies with professors' names on them? Those are the faculty seats. Professor Means and Professor Court were in charge of scoring the mock trial. Lecture hall diagram added to the court record. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty! Oh, that's me. Could you tell? Objection! A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab her professor with an arrow? I don't think so. You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound kind of weird. Cut me some slack. It's my first time reading the script. I think Juniper's going to speak next. I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true that I shouted, "You're a goner," but I didn't mean it. Ah! So she was caught recording on that recording saying, "You're a goner." But that's because she was practicing her voice lines. She was practicing her lines for the mock trial. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary? I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true that I shouted, "You're..." Hey, stop, did you hear it? I think you're onto something. Let's play that last part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this is a piece of evidence, and I think this piece of evidence should explain it. Time to show. I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. You're a gunner! Her voice and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. It's just a possibility, but if the voice in this tape really is a recording, one made from the mock trial video, then that means this evidence was fabricated. They didn't get to do a voice print analysis in time for court today. That's why the gender of the voice became so important. If the real killer had seen that the gender would become key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself and making the suspect female. So basically, the only one to gain from doing something like this is our sole male suspect. Wait a second! No way! Professor Means' credo is "the end justifies the means." So it makes perfect sense that the student who took those words to heart would fabricate evidence. We need to get that tape analysed as soon as possible. Tape recorder updated in the court record. Allow me to assist you with that. Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah, that meme that is just like, oh my god. I love him. I want him. Prosecutor Gavin! At least make some kind of noise so we know you're there. He's a child of trauma. He doesn't make noises. It's go big or go home with the rock star entrances, Fraulein. Timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now, and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that would be alright. Very much so, thanks. See, he's not a prosecutor. He's your best friend. I actually did tuck my hair behind my ear, yeah. Well, Athena, it's almost sundown. Isn't it time we head over to the detention center? I think Junie will agree that this is something that could prove her innocence, but will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known that this is what I'd find. I did definitely tuck my hair behind my ear, though. Juniper! Juniper! Your best male friend got me fucked up! And that about covers the main gist of our investigation. I see. Very interesting. You've become quite a busy beaver today. Thank you for all your hard work, Athena. Well, my time's about up, and it will be getting dark soon. So, Junie, you must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home and... No, wait, you have to listen to me. I don't want to hear anymore. I know what you're gonna say, Athena. Junie, you promised. We're gonna discover the truth behind this murder mystery, and we're gonna bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. If we succeed in doing that, I just want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. So please just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. And the mock trial video, we can hear you reading your lines from the script. We're having both of them analysed now, but from what I can tell, the voices are the same. And the only one who'd benefit from faking the voice recording would be Hugh. But that doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me. This may sound strange, but his confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confession came after you and Robin had already confessed. If he hadn't confessed right then as well, wouldn't it seem a little suspicious? Say what you will, Athena, but none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill somebody. He was a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, Athena. My bracelet reacted just now. It did? But why? Junie, can you look me in the eye and repeat what you just said? Oh, none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. He was a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades and never causes trouble. Now I'm sure of it. She's lying. Yeah! I love it. I love Apollo's thing. Alright, where's... oh, it's her necktie. He does actually buy his grades, yeah. Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. You can't hide this from me, no matter how hard you try. When you said, "and never causes trouble," a cough escaped and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were stressed, it's because you were lying. Junie, you're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? I believe that this also ties to a secret about yourself. A secret about me? I don't understand. She's the school snitch. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. He ended their friendship after he found out Junie's secret, which means you must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her the snitch. You were Professor Court's snitch, weren't you? There's rumour going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all back to one of the professors. And while fulfilling that role, you learned something about Hugh you'd rather forget. I don't know what you're talking about. Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Looks like we're going to have to do this the hard way. Time to review the evidence and see if I can't prove my hypothesis. Is it this? This? Take that! Right here in Professor Court's planner it says routine report. I believe this is to mean when the snitch would report to Professor Court. I also believe Professor Court planned to meet Hugh in private based on the snitch's info. I don't know. And from their meeting, Hugh must have put two and two together and figured out your secret. And so you see, it all makes sense. It all makes sense only if you're the snitch, Junie. Forgive me, Athena. I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected Hugo from the start. You did? Now this is surprising. I'm so sorry. I talked about friendship so much. I've been a terrible friend. Juniper, you don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does. but I don't need to sense the pain. I don't need it to sense the pain that you're feeling inside, and its intensity is directly proportional to how you feel about your friends. Am I right? Apollo! Please, Junie, tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. What exactly was your role as class snitch? Professor Court had told me how Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice. In the dark age of the law, huh? She didn't want any more of our students going astray like that. But few others at the Academy shared her views. I thought her ideas were beautiful, though sad and unrealistic. She asked you to be her eyes and ears, didn't she? I used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I'd seen or heard about. And that report session on her planner was the one from October 22nd was a part of that? Yes. That's when I reported Hugh to Professor Court. She snitched on her own friend? I had accidentally overheard Hugh talking. What did you hear? He was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents. What were they talking about? Something about having paid money for good test scores. I only overheard him talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to. What? That's bribery. He was buying his way through the school, and if that's the case, then that evidence that always seemed out of place might be about his secret. Take that! We found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got Hugh's name on it. I didn't know what the number meant at the time, but now that I'm hearing about bribes... 120 grand? Oh my fucking god. It must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was to be paid in October. What's more, take a look at the mark. It's the same marker... that same mark is on the pages of Professor Court's planner. Hey, you're right. But wait, why would Professor Court have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think the person who was taking the bribe money was... It's just a possibility at this point, but it may... But it may indeed have been Professor Court. But... That's impossible. She'd be the last person I'd ever suspect of accepting bribes. Yeah. Like I said, it's just a possibility, but a rather good one. Maybe their private talk has to do with the possibility of the bribe being exposed. And what started out as a little argument soon got out of hand. It's not your fault, Junie. Anyone would have suspected Hugh if they knew what you knew. No, I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. There's another reason why I suspected Hugh. You've got to be kidding me. There's another reason? I saw Hugh around 7 p.m. on the day before the mock trial. Oh, so she's finally ready to talk about that. When I saw him, his... Oh, Athena. Junie, you alright? Just try and relax and tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did. But I'll have to live with it, won't I? In that hallway, Hugh's hands... His hands were dripping with blood.
His hands were dripping with blood. What? But why? What am I going to do? Deep down, I know Hugh can't be the killer, but my mind keeps telling me he is, no matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. Oh, what am I gonna do? Hugh, he's... I can't take this anymore, Athena. So she hid the fact that she had seen Hugh and said she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Junie, it must have been a terrible thing holding all that in, but it's gonna be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this, and that's my promise, one good friend to another. I'll be defending you. I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow. If that's okay with you, Professor Means. My main concern is whether you can defeat that prosecutor. But I won't try to stop you. I will be watching from the gallery, and shall look forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now, if you will excuse me.
Athena, I'm so sorry. I really mean it. I wish I had trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it. We're gonna believe in the heart of the cards, Athena. And then we'll get through it, okay? And then I'm gonna take this man off your hands. He's my man now. I don't care if he has a boyfriend or 3. I can take them.
Don't worry. We already know what the prosecution's key piece of evidence is a fake. And thanks to you, we figured out the motive too. Let's give it our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free.
No, not in a fight. Not in a fight at all. You know exactly what I mean.
We should all be ready now. What could possibly go wrong this time? Still, there's a strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I'd better be imagining it.
You do know what I mean. Because that's who I am as a person. And that's okay.
Day 2, trial day 2. October 2nd. No, October 26th. Oh, fucking, that's lovely number 3. Hey, Athena. Were you able to sleep last night? Huh? Oh, sleep. Sure, I slept for a grand total of 0 hours. Oh my god, the fop is here. I love him. Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. But before you do, I have good luck gift for you. The voice print analysis came back, and the results couldn't be more clear. The voice in the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. The lab is continuing their study of the tape so far as they found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Who's there? Wait. Did you see who it was? No. I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw our hand. Oh, I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and the box girl were listening in too. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Okay, that's all that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini Chords of Steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Sykes and I'm fine. Is it a Persona 4 reference? Did this come out before or after Persona 4? Oh my god, it's Blackwell! Yay, it's Blackwell! Woo! Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready as well. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackwell? Yes, well, moving right along. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anyone, understood? Your boldness, Robin Newman and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confession. But later I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury. Well, this sure complicates the matter. Still, one must not overlook the facts. Now, about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday. A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact. But if that's the case, then what will we...
The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from the art room to the stage, and I mean to prove it here this day.
It's just like Detective Fulbright said. But what else does he have up his sleeve?
My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the bloodstain. Blood was also found in some pottery next to the window of the maintenance area, which is to say the body was carried over that very window. From there, it was dropped down to the maintenance area below, and though there was nary a scratch to the body aside from the fatal wound. That too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then, a bull cart was used to hold the body over to the stage.
That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body moving scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way.
Athena, you dumb fuck. Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either.
Why, you bit...
Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth.
Fucking Hugh O'Connor. Heh. Ahem, well then. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Hugh O'Connor. I'm a senior at Themis Legal Academy and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday I was told that I told a lawyer there that I would testify the truth. So I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes? Not really. What's he up to? The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now your testimony, please. I love Blackwell. I want to kiss him on his little head. What O'Connor saw. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial, but the rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. That's a lie. There's a fucking fence here. There's a fence here. He couldn't have seen it. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. But I didn't have time to stand around and see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something entirely against your client. Fuck. He's coming straight at us today, using any means possible. To protect the students who had to climb up high when setting up the stage, a mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse. Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking it upon herself to put the mat away after they'd used it?
Oh, there's plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, that mat in question was indispensable to moving the body.
Oh, fuck!
I think I get it now.
The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat. If the only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been dropped, it would be hard to deny a possible link to this case.
We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena?
It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm gonna turn your arrogant perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frown of failure.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Kirby. You are my lifeline in this fucking playthrough.
So, you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area. Let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows the students setting up the stage before the day of the mock trial. Do you see the big construction screen to the right of the stage background here? Why, yes, in fact, there was a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so noisy behind there, but I couldn't take a peek. Oh, how it piqued my interest. Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Aha! Since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, you would see diddly fucking squat, you cocky bastard! The witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop. Oh my, but the screen would have been completely in the way. That's right, therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point. Youch! Order, order! Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court? The screen right must have slipped my mind. What? Are you telling me Mr. Genius forgot something literally as big as that? There are two kinds of memory lapses, the normal kind you mouth breathers have, and the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have. Why don't you just admit that it was a normal everyday brain fart already? Will the witness now please restate what he remembers minus the lapse of memory? That's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen. Objection! You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. Need I remind this court that the back of the stage is not visible from the front? To actually see our client behind the stage, from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would have also had to be in the same area behind the stage. And in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor. Youch. He's not good at this. Nice one, Athena. Keep it up. Objection. He loves his bird so much. All right, golden boy. Is this not your chance? Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest. The truth? What truth? The whole truth. Nothing but the truth. The fact that golden boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage. Objection! But then the screen would have blocked his view of... On the ground, yes. His view would have been blocked indeed. But consider how smoke always rises up high. Athena, look at the photo again. Do you think... Meow, 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 meow. Something on the other side of the screen. Something high enough to see the stage. No way. There's a crane right here. But I don't remember seeing a crane there the day of the mock trial. Me neither. It's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body. That's far enough, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember, you promised. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information. Ugh. What's all this about promises? Is this about whatever Blackwell is using against him? And what's it got to do with going on a crane? Golden Boy did not go up in the crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within the school grounds. What? Do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane? The witness, I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated that crane. There is actually. We have a picture of you operating it. Actually, there might just be something that proves you did. What? This whole part-time job thing is true, then I doubt it would be limited to a single day. You were probably working at the same site the previous day too. Is this what you're thinking of, Athena? Yep, as the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator. And if you look carefully, it bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor. Are you serious? This is ridiculous! No, he's... I think he is older. He is... 18. All three of them are 18. They're all seniors. But I do believe he is older. Like, he is just an older guy. I think he, like, failed or something like that. I don't remember it very well.
How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains.
The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light. That's all very well and good, but just how you propose to do that?
The person in this photo only has really one distinguishing feature. I'm not 100% sure, but it's at least worth the try.
His neck.
The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck.
Why, yes, you can see it right there, but then you're saying you mean to...
Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar.
But that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination.
Undress.
No, not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy.
You are a disgrace of a man. Now start unbuttoning that collar before I hack it off.
Yeah, what's the big deal? Now let us see your neck.
Guess I have no choice.
Collarbone. Oh my. So, where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask?
I didn't buy it. It's handmade. There's only one like it in the world.
Well, it sure looks like the neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed?
You're one irritating lady.
Fine, I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment's no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. But I never expected one of my jobs would take me to my own school. But when you factor in all the required tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane? Oh, about that. You see, I'm a genius, so you know. He's like 20. He's like 21, 22.
Let us dispense with this inane charade, golden boy.
No, Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't. I can't let them know I was friends with minors.
The high school seniors are 19 at most, thus they fail to complete the requirements. But that does not apply to you, does it, Mr. O'Connor?
Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? No, don't, please.
Actually, golden boy here is 25. He took a 7-year break from school.
He's 25! He said I can't associate with minors anymore. Wait, come again?
Take a gander at the official school enrollment documentation. 'Tis all right there.
Youch. 25! A 25-year-old high school student. Kind of shit Menth would do. 7-year break, 7 years. I've just one thing to say.
There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. An ordinary break that you mouth breathers take.
And the genius kind people like me take. Shut the fuck up, you pretentious bitch. A genius would quickly become a chore for a 7-year break.
I think you have that backwards, Athena.
Oh. Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happen to make mine 7 years in a row. Only Hugh could get away with using only like that. Hugh O'Connor is 25 years of age.
Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further.
Considering that the body was moved in the same manner as the script.
Sorry, my head's itchy.
Bing bong. I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defense care to dissuade me? Baba Booey, Your Honor. How can you refute that?
As long as the mat was used to move the body, Junie's going to be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What was Hugh doing in the crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start.
Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think? Your Honor, this bitch is lying again. Yes, Miss Sykes? I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head. Little conjecture's never stopped us before. Interesting. Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane to... The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved like in the script too. At least, that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. Are you sure about this? The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter, save that this does not bode well for you. Wait, he's on my side this time, or is this another trap? Watch this. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed. Whoa, that's crazy levels of dexterity. I can even drive a crane with one hand, that's easy. But operating a crane itself is so complex it requires both hands. Oh, he has an injured hand. Now, I would like the court to look at this. Ah, please tell me that's a ketchup stain. You wish. My hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. I have already verified this with the hospital of treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say. So, how did you hurt it? I see no need to discuss that. Is no relevance of the case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane. No, fuck. I'd planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanting to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead. And here I thought I was the big break we'd been waiting for. Now that the defense sophistry is laid bare, I would have the court recall my claim. The body was dropped out of the 3rd floor window to a mat near the maintenance room. Then a bull cart was used to move it to the stage. See, I've been paying attention. Well done, your boldness. Now consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body. Well, I think you're on the right track, Athena. Ah. You do? Yeah, Juniper remains the prime suspect if we assume the body was moved per script. So as the defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved. But, oh, is he telling me to think of another way besides the crane? Miss Sykes, if you have a counter-argument, the court would love to hear it, and if you do not, it's time for the verdict. Isn't that correct, your boldness?
Objection!
No, not yet! All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right? Well, that would show the mat had nothing to do with the case. And there is a sword of great renown that cuts down sophistic lawyers. Its name is evidence. You don't scare me. Force a smile, Athena. You can do it. Exactly. What if she was put in the banner? Like, she was put in the banner and then dropped out the window like that, and then she went down the wire, and she crashed into the statues, and that made her fall out of the banner. I don't think so. I think it's yeah, kind of like a zipline. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and a creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have moved without it being dropped. How could everyone lower it just without dropping it? There's no way it could fly. It could fly. Well, maybe it could. After all, there is a way to sit between the art room and the stage. Also, I cracked my neck yesterday so good I nearly saw God. I'm like 90% sure he was just stood there in the corner of my room. But then I blinked and he was gone. Somebody could have easily used that thing. Oh, yes, of course. Miss Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us. All I have to do is show the tiniest shred of possibility. The man and the bull cart weren't used to monitor. Meow 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 meow. I saw Big Titty. What? I didn't even see Big Titty this time. Oh, winch. Because I think that's like the only picture we have of it. Okay, do they want me to present the picture of the winch, or do they want me to present do the banner? I think it's the banner. I'm gonna say the banner. Yes. The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might do you well to tie your lips together lest you further expose your ignorance. Fuck you. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackwell. Anyway, the court will record the wire on a winch and the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or reel in the school banner from the art room. Yeah. The body could have easily been lowered down the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This isn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely would have fallen. Yet there's no signs of blunt force trauma.
Objection!
Oh, you surprised me, Prosecutor Blackwell. You didn't actually think I failed to account for that. I'm sure that's exactly what he thought. Shut up, Apollo. When we investigated the stage yesterday, the bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are quite useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried? Well, go on. Please explain. Stop being so mean to him. He has a reason to be emo. The body was bundled into a pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there'd be no need for a map. His trauma has trauma. I've heard a phase of carrying like the banner. Oh, carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying.
Objection!
I have no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse performing that absurd hide wire act. If you have an actual objection, just come out and say it. I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the art room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have been via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the bloodstained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Oh no, he has trauma. Ergo, the wire and the banner have not at all to do with this case. Oh, the bloodstained pottery, I remember that. This doesn't look good. We're back to that mat theory if you don't do something. Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better than a circus act. If my wire theory is true, then the blood on that pottery must have not been blood at all. At first we thought this it was red glaze, but it turned out to be blood. But what if we just go back to a time when it was just red glaze by all accounts? Oh, I do have something to share about the Minecraft server. So on the 17th, it's actually going to undergo a server reset and all of the work that we've done. Look, I know I'm stupid, okay? It's okay. I realized as soon as she opened her mouth. Clicks it again. No. all the builds will be getting destroyed. So what I'm going to do is I'm either going to start my own Minecraft world in survival, or I'm going to find one that doesn't do, or rather when they do resets, they don't delete everything. So it's going to be a bit before I stream Minecraft again, simply because I want to try and find a server that has that. Anyway. Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see who the blood on the pottery came from? No. Shame on you, Sykestono. Have a little more respect for the constabulary. Oh, I thought he was calling Tucker. He didn't check what the blood was. Fulbright. Looks like they didn't check it. Ah, don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackwell. Everyone makes mistakes. Spare me your cheek. We will know not either way till the tests are run. True, but in the meantime I'm going to press my claim as far as I can. Your boldness, I demand that the blood on the pottery be analysed this instant. Ah, sure. The fairy one, dunno. Maybe I just stopped playing on it. I don't remember. I also don't think I can transfer the save data over from my PlayStation to my PC account, which is where I would be playing and streaming from. So I'd have to start all over again, which is a bummer, but yeah, you know, whatever. Of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back. We're just gonna... Oh my, that was quick. We're history, and if it turns out to be the victim's blood, please let it be somebody else's. I think it's Hughes. It seems the blood was not from the victim. What? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved in this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor. Score! Don't worry, Junie, just try and relax. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honour, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand has suffered a serious injury. He sustained the wound in a struggle with the victim and his blood got on the pottery. Then Junie saw his bloody hands as they passed in the first floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything. Oh no, on my PC I use Java. But my PlayStation uses Bedrock. Honestly, I don't remember everything that happens with this case. Like, I know who the killer is, but I can't remember if Hugh O'Connor is an accomplice in this case or not. There is but one way now to turn aside her blade, but do not cast the blame on me. Your grudge with Sykestono, for it is she who forces me to expose your secret. See, the thing with servers is they can support both. So a Java, so you can have servers that are specifically Java or specifically Bedrock, but you can also have servers that are mixed. But that's only when using an external hosting site. Fine, whatever. Well, how much dirt does he have on you? And the court will observe this odd-looking envelope. It was inside this that Miriam Scuttlebutt's script was found. Miss Scuttlebutts? But didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope was the one that contained her script? Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden this from us all. Let's see here. My word, talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed. You can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, A powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Court. Tsk, you want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. I read it without my permission, and you wish you hadn't. Do you, know the email address and whatnot? Like, do you have access to the email address and everything? Because you could just, reset the password. Yikes, Miriam wasn't checking. The blood on the blade is the witnesses. Our genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for it for his foolishness. Oh, shit. This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen. Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. We still got the wire theory. Yeah, I got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, there's no longer any bias for denying the body was moved using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again asserts just that. You call yourself a lawyer? Don't you see a glaring contradiction in your thinking? Huh? The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out. And you, how can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever. Seems you've forgotten the two statues that were on stage directly below the wire. A body sent sliding down that wire would have crashed into them. Care to explain that away? It probably did. We did hear that. And they are destroyed. Well, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together. So the bodies would have collided with the statues. What if they did collide? Wait, that's it. Oh, I'm sorry. You might just have to re-buy it then. Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken. But if we assume the body crashed into them, that will also explain the loud sound we heard when we were in the waiting room. Oh, now that you mention it, you and Mr. Wright went out onto the stage after you heard the sound, correct? Interesting. Oh shit. When was it you heard said sound? It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears in the waiting room when Precisely. That sound you had heard did happen while the body was being moved. And then that would place it during the mock trial. Oh, fuck. Which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started. You see, I saw the body right before the mock trial started. You said he saw the body before the mock trial, if so. Then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction. Fuck. The focus was just on the three suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the major premise so far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection.
Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence, so should we not treat the Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion? Good point. Prosecutor Blackwell is on our side. I bet he's figured out the truth behind this case. Well, great, as long as he's not up to something else. If the statues really were broken when the body hit them, then Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eye and repeat your statement to me. Like I said before, before the mock trial, the body was, you know. I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Yikes. Hi, Vinny. Oh, were you getting some din-dins? Good girl. Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it? You what? I... I never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that this whole time. I'm sorry. My favourite thing is he... Oh, you want to hit the patch for Vinny? 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 Vinny, you gonna say hello to everyone? Oh, hello, Vinny! Oh, pretty little baby. Oh, you got some foods. Don't get your food hand all over me, you stinky, stinky baby. Stinky, stinky baby. Yeah, you stinky baby. It's okay. I still love you. I still love you, even if you're stinky baby. Yes, we've exposed Hugh's big lie for what it is. But why would he lie about this to begin with? Order. Oh, I think Hugh may be getting blackmailed. If I remember correctly, I think the real killer is blackmailing Hugh. I think the real killer... Yeah. I think the real killer... is the person who was taking the bribe from Hugh's parents for his grades. And, basically was like, hey, if you don't lie about this, if you don't testify you saw this, I'm gonna kick you out the academy and I'm gonna get you arrested and yada 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 and I'm gonna expose you for fraud. So, you know. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and prosecution's case. Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now, at least we know where the body was moved using the wire and the school banner. Indeed, that much I shall concede, Sykestono. The body was moved, as you stated, in the midst of mock trial. So both sides are satisfied until then. If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it's an entirely different story. We have no suspects. Right, all 3 suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection.
How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio? Ah, fuck. Not again. Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Junie was also in charge of the audio. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with our music. Indeed, the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body was none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio. Why, yes, I see. That does make perfect sense. This can't be happening. Instead of exposing Hugh's crimes, Junie's in even deeper. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. And here I thought Prosecutor Blackwell was on our side, at least on this issue. The Twisted Samurai strikes again. Twisted? More like a dirty rotten. Your boldness. It is time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented quite a convincing case. But the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Sykes, Apollo, what are we going to do? I've got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. 90. I've been trying to think of something, but I'm just drawing a big blank too. Oh, poor Junie. Unless we figure something out, she'll be... Objection. Objection. Well, I object too. Stop right there. All is to me. Oh, okay. Listen and you will listen to the secret behind my perfect crime. O'Connor, no. Perfect crime? Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday? Yes, we did. This has better not be one of those engaging traps. The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up I all sprang it from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer's right before you. Yum, 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 yum. Order, I say. Mr. O'Connor, you already confessed yesterday, then earlier today recanted your confession. As if you mouth-breathers could comprehend my genius, the end justifies the means. Now bow down to me and kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection!
He hasn't broken his cuffs yet. That should be happening soon. Enough. The only thing maddening is the ignominy that you bear for all to see, for it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. Ah. There's no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi, and for you were at the mock trial. And it is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little acts. Hugh doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackwell's threat. Listen, Mr. Prosecutor, calling it a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honour, I'd like to take this opportunity for further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. He probably breathed through his nose. Hugh's confession. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. I wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose, my body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily whilst my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus, and sure, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. He would. He would have, like, fucking, I don't know. He would have a Rampo, profile pic. I have a question. I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does the witness testimony make no sense at all? No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird, especially the whole thing about a body double. Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution? Your boldness, summon an ambulance at this instant. The witness is stark raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never really happened and I'll move on to my verdict. Hold it! You people don't believe me? It's not a matter of not believing you, it's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want their genius back. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have weird devices for testimony like this? Which it's not a weird device, and I don't waste them on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session because he's fucking insane. The ghost guy? Ghost guy? I'm curious now. Where are you posting it in the server? Because I'm interested now. I don't remember who the ghost guy is. Your better judgment? I'm a judge, and it's far beyond mine, yet I still find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objections? Prosecutor Blackwell? He left! The prosecutor said rubbish. We will be out on a stroll and then left with Detective Fulbright. He's gone to go kiss him in the closet. Oh, him! The one from the comics that only recently got made into... The one that only got recently made into the anime. The one that got murdered. Yeah, him. Yeah, that does line up. How does he get away with stuff like that? He's a convicted criminal. Well, then I'll interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objections. Tucker's here. Tucker is now the prosecutor. I love Tucker. I love him so much. But yeah, he's gone to go. He's gone to go kiss Fulbright in a. No, don't object the Falcon. He's a good boy. Besides, he's a hawk, not a falcon. But yeah, he's going to go kiss Detective Fulbright in. Oh, right. He's going to go kiss Detective Fulbright in a closet somewhere. Alright, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session. I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. He probably eats it too. Well, somebody's gonna like that detective, I mean, you know. I used a body double. It wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose, my body double did. I slipped out stealthily whilst my body double took care of the trial. Sure. I had the run of the campus. And sure, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. I don't get it. His confession is overflowing with happiness. Maybe he enjoys thinking how us mouth breathers can't comprehend his genius. This goes way beyond normal happiness. He seems to take on an insane level of delight on his confession. Oh, he's in a manic episode. Me too, man. Your normal level of delight would be weird for a confession. Then again, that's not what I called normal. Why are you confessing? Who is this really for? Oh. Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said you didn't really care about Miss Wood anymore. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I really don't care about her anymore. What? Why? Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court. His secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. But you're trying to protect her now, buddy. What's wrong with that, He still loves her. My confession was always about one thing and one thing only, the truth. You don't care about the truth. Mr. O'Connor, you feel a great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so it overshadows all your other emotions. What are you... I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor, the discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you've confessed. So he really was trying to protect Juniper. Yes, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. But that means his confession is... Finally figured out the obvious, have we? Oh, he came back from his walk. Why, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're back! The confession was naught but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? Why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Yes, I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it, huh? Either way, either we quit here and Juniper's found guilty or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice, but first let me update his testimony. You Just a body double. Wasn't real me at the mock trial at all. Slipped out stealthy. I'm an idiot. What? It just feels nothing here. Ah. Thank you, little walk-through person. I didn't almost lose you, say. Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time, except during this statement. You don't know when to give up. Wait, now that I think about it. No, don't. Stop making stuff up. When I left the lecture hall, it was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. And then I slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your body double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. I figured nobody would see me if I came and went through the doors there.
Objection!
Sykes don't know. How much longer will you indulge him in this charade? Well, it is true that none in the audience might see him go through either of those doors. The faculty seats on the balcony are a completely different story and have a splendid view. I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side, facing the front of the hall. I used the door to the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone in the left balcony seat, but that seat was empty at the time, which was only natural. Wait. Hey. The left balcony seat was empty. But that was meant to be the left balcony seat is Professor Mean's seat, not Professor Court. Professor Court's one is the right-hand one, and that should have been empty. Meaning Professor Means wasn't in his seat if he says that the left-hand side seat was empty the whole time. He assumed because it was empty, it was Professor Court's seat, because she's dead. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and as we all know, she was already dead by then. That's what I fucking said. That can't be right. Empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. Yay! I'm ever so slightly ahead. I've no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. I guess I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. You said the left balcony seat was empty, but was it really? I saw it with my own eyes. It was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during the pre-trial speech, you would have been standing there in his seat addressing the students and faculty. Gah! No, this can't be right. You do no one any favours by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told plenty of lies this far, but that part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You've got to believe me. It doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details. Got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you'd like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. Info update. Second floor was deserted. Why won't you believe me? It's the truth I tell you. Why were you shocked? Oh, come on. Oh, I'm stupid. Wait. Why is he sad? What was in here that made him sad all of a sudden? I detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Well, if it was empty, then... That could have been Juniper if she wasn't on stage. Where was she? Mr. O'Connor, it is you who is revealing your inner emotions from the way you speak. Plus, I have a good idea as to why you're feeling sad. You're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? You said you went through an empty control room, but that's not true, is it? There was somebody who returned there once Professor Means finished the speech. And that somebody who was in the audio room was... Juniper. I know you realized there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room really was empty, that would mean Miss Woods was roaming around campus. Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent, that's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can easily be twisted and served to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies. Hugh's heart won't hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant the false testimony? I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackwell, cut me down if you wish. I thought you'd never ask. With you gone, we may swiftly proceed to a verdict. Yeah. Ah, fuck, not again. He broke out of his shackles again. I don't want to be the poor accountant down at the detention center. Hugh O'Connor, in defense to your valor, I will limit your suffering with one clean bow. Could you wait just a moment before you kill him, please?
Silence.
No. Do not come between a samurai and his foe, Psychostono. Eek! I never learned about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time? Very well, Golden Boy. May live for now. Apollo really said, "Whoa there, Nelly. You don't want to get shocked again." Enough already. Mr. O'Connor, Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything. That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. But what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you anything. Everything. This is, no doubt, news to you, but I'm not and never was a genius. Sorry, but I already knew. Me too. And don't forget me, although in all fairness, that was pretty obvious. I thought he was stuff he said was crazy. No need to rub it in, just shut up and listen. It's all started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents have been paying good money for my grades. That's bribery. So bribery wasn't Hugh's idea? All of my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse when I confronted my parents about it on the phone. Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius. I'm completely worthless. I feel sorry for him. A perfect 0. Like, it's not even his fault. I think all 3 of them should kiss and hold hands. You. Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you're trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday, so I thought if I did, it would help her. He wasn't trying to provoke us? Looks like we seriously misunderstood him in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. But the truth is, the friendship between the 3 of them is still rock solid. If there was something that could help me prove it to Hugh. We have proof of our friendship. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. He's finally telling the truth, yeah. I know. What about the proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it was. I didn't buy it. Ah, yes. See, I can simp over him now. He's 25. It's handmade. There's only one like it in the world. Maybe that... No, that's definitely it. The band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor, that band around your neck, that's the proof of your friendship, isn't it? Proof of friendship? Is that like a proof of purchase barcode? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the 3 friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. Ho ho, very interesting. And chic. Chick. If they had doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. It proves he still has feelings of friendship towards the other 2. It doesn't matter if I wear it, those 2. But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship bands somewhere. Junie and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh, I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. The fact he may also have just told me the others were the proof of friendship. But they're easy to touch. All we have to do is think back to their earlier testimonies. Ready? The arm. Miss Newman holds her arm when pressured. And Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad. Is it cutscene time? Is it cutscene time? Yeah, it is!
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the 3 of us.
How did he put it on his neck?
Them, but not me.
You.
I love how her cheeks just have a permanent blush. Oh, right.
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
My best friend is a 25-year-old man who's held back for 7 years. I didn't kill anyone, and I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body, I didn't even see it, and it may look like I'm speed reading Zen and the Art of Mastering the Bar exam, but I haven't even read a single word. Huh? Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. You. So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you? Yeah, he can drive. I'm gonna save Junie, so yes, you can place your trust in me. Then am I to understand that the witness is recanting his confession? Yes. A most roundabout trial. I much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Now, we are back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi, which is, in the end, the truth you have been seeking this entire time. So we're back to square one. Now I'm just exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. Huh. Does this mean... Further resistance is futile. It is the time. The time for the verdict is nigh. Bill Nye, the science guy. Please, wait! What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right? Well, yes, I suppose it would, but after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? Yes. Yes, we found someone. It may seem like a major roundabout, but Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. There's no more noise. Hugh's telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him was really empty, which means there's one more person unaccounted for. Bye-bye! Besides Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is Aristotle Means. The balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial. Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech. I know. That's not in dispute here. Pre-recorded. What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane. I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it. What? Really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you say that Professor Means gave that phony recording to you? Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations. Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Oh, who couldn't have seen this development? Tape recorder updated in the court record. The voice shouting, "You're a goner," as recorded on this tape, was dubbed onto it using a line from that our client said during the mock trial video. Why, this is an extremely crucial piece of evidence. Professor Means gave Hugh the phony tape. If that really is true, then Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand. The seat was never empty. 'Twas but an oversight of our dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it is often too easy to overlook critical symptoms. Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough, both of you. Now here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking a critical symptom is a problem, a witness oversight too must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself. Thanks. Thanks, Dad. I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today. Do as you please. And with that, I am going to take a small break in order to get something to drink. I will be back shortly. Okay then. Sorry about that. I also got some food whilst I was out. Anyway, back to the case, everyone. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Thank you very much. I got little chicken sticks. Little chicken sticks. I don't know if you have them in the US, but in the UK we have something called fridge raiders, which are like little chicken breasts in kind of small roasted stick-like chunks, and they're really good. But I managed to find them in bulk. So they're quite expensive if you just buy them by the pack, but I found a place that just sells them as chicken sticks. And I got like 4 times, 5 times the amount. It's Asda. They're literally just called roast chicken flavor bites. And you get like, what is this? It's 180 grams, and each packet is usually just, it's usually something stupid like 40 grams or something like that. So you get so much more. Like one snack pack of fridge raiders usually contains like 5 sticks. There's like 50 in here, if not more. And I got some appy juice. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. Why his glasses so small? I teach the lawyer course at Themis Legal Academy, and let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion. Don't worry, Professor, we're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Could we count on you for your cooperation in this? Very well, if that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Sykes. Hello, Benny! Benny, would you like some chicken? Chicken for Vinny. Here you go. Yeah, you can eat it, baby. She's a bit special needs, so I have to convince her it's food first. She will like it. Here you go, baby. Yeah, it's chicken. You like chicken. But I have to cut it up into like small bites for her, otherwise she won't eat it. She's a really weird cat. Maybe she has dental problems. And another bit. And another bit. Yeah, they good, Vinny. Do you like them? Yeah? You say thank you, Vinny? She no say thank you. Good girl. Alright, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. Good afternoon. What time was the mock trial? Okay, it was 2 p.m. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of our school's festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. Oh no, I've forgotten how long and boring his speech was. Wake me up once this is over. Hey, no fair! The experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound effect on our adult... Ah, you there, wake up, pay attention. Huh? I'm awake, is that right, Your Honor? Huh? What? I'm awake too, wide awake, see? He's dead asleep, he's sleeping, let him sleep, he's an insomniac, he can sleep now. Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching... Ah. Alright, got it. Yes, this very, very pure white Lady Justice. See, he assumed that this statue here would be Lady Justice. No. He assumed that this Lady Justice statue here would be the Lady Justice statue in the picture here that Constance said she was going to put up, but she was going to put it up, but she was cleaning it and it broke. So he recorded that thinking that it was going to be this statue. Or rather, this statue. Pay attention or you may make a difference one day. Now, let the mock trial begin. That's about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some students with tears in their eyes. Yeah, tears of boredom. Listen, Sykes, Dono. If you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Taka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out. Ah! But you were asleep the whole time! Well, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about the speech? Once again, our pure white Lady Justice will be watching over you all today. Yes. The professor just said the pure white Lady Justice would watch over them. But the Lady Justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold can be. I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that to test its authenticity. I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now, it's true that the statue is pure white, but it broke just before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement. Oh well, shame on every count. Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one, meaning the professor wouldn't have been able to make a mistake in its colour had he been present. It seems that I have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part. The statue was in the middle of the courtroom. How could you not know what it looked like? Well, I was in the balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. I'm afraid that isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. No, wait. There has to be something that can prove that the speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, the speech started here and ended here. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It was only a little over 10 minutes. It felt like it went on forever. How'd you figure out how long it was? Easy. There's a timestamp in the top right. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. The speech goes from about the 10-minute mark to the 20-minute. Wait a second. I could have sworn I saw the same interval time listed among the evidence. I'm gonna try and be smart here. 10 minutes left. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time. I know. I would like the court to take a look at this. And this is the voice print analysis that proves the voices on the tape recorder belongs to our client. Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication? We did, but what I'd like to focus on is the noise that is also there. Noise? Yes, the defense believes that it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased. And what do you hope to prove? What do you hope to prove by that? The length of the noise is what is important. It is 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment Professor Means began his speech? Well, that'll be exactly 10. Now, let's fast forward this long-winded exercise in boredom to the end. 2035. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 2035. Based on this, we know the time that it took for the speech alone. Right, subtract 10 minutes and you get 10:35. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Right, 10 minutes and 35 seconds, the same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence.
You seem rather confident, considering this is a mere happenance of a match of numbers.
Objection!
Nuh-uh. But is it really just numbers? The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far they found signs of overdubbing. It's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analysing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. No, I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording by pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not going to get away with it. Not on my watch. Miss Sykes. I believe you are well aware of my methodology.
if Juniper was the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose I offered to be her lawyer. Alas, look what has happened. All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony. Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I had been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth. Well. I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean and mean what I say, by all means. Yeah? You good there, homie? Also, sorry, I'm a thirsty little guy. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important, and by necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it is the humane thing to do. Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you? It has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true. On this most consequential of occasion, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that states the end justifies the means. I don't believe you. When she asked me to defend her, she said, I must also prove her two friends innocent. Her two friends, the witnesses? Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking. And she was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end. You, no doubt, had high praise for her ruthless tactics. Maybe, hopefully. Yes, well, that's why I vowed vigorously to defend her despite her threatening me. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But alas, those days are over. Now, in the defense of justice, order and all that is good, the end justifies the means. I am so sick of hearing that phrase. You... Kirby, it's okay. He's just a character. Though it truly grieves me, so I must tell you this. Forsake the truth, if it is victory you seek. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality. That does it. I'm gonna fucking kill him. Caesar's already surrendered to the dark age of the law. It's up to me to fight it. Why so silent, Sykes don't know. Something the matter? This is a court of law. There is no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That is why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking. Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. It will not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation. No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is. Fucking hate this guy. How could you overlook such a threat? As a teacher, it would be your duty to discipline students. Yes, well, perhaps I do have some serious reflection to do on this matter.
I suppose it was just wishful thinking on my part. I wanted to believe that Juniper hadn't actually committed murder and that she hadn't meant to threaten me. Really? Please do explain. Long had I waited for a student who would embody my teaching. Does the witness realize what he is saying? Surely you must see the true meaning in my words. I'm merely staying true to what I teach, and my methods are but a reflection of the times. Oh wow, his way of thinking's fucked. But I haven't had any inconsistencies yet. I wouldn't be so sure, really. The more he tries to avoid logical inconsistency in his testimony, the more likely we'll see inconsistencies between his actions or words. It's a dark age in which we now live. There is much I would like to say on the matter. You were trying to protect our client? Yeah, right. I'll say anything to pin the blame on Junie. What a frightful look. I would ask that you not glare at me so. I have nothing but admiration for how Juniper is willing to go as far as to threaten me. That is why I'm protecting her by any means possible. She has been a model student. Liar! You're trying to pin the blame on her. How am I going to show that what he's saying isn't what he's really thinking? You cannot possibly overturn my claims, so isn't it about time you admitted defeat? After all, my unassailable logic is not truth. If my unassailable logic is not truth, then what is it? If he thinks I'm going to give in to his pack of lies, he's got another thing coming. I'm going to find a hole in his story if that's the last thing I do. Even though he's run to the core, he's a total pro. I mean, that all made total perfect sense. Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. He's making this up as he goes along. He'll trip up in his own words yet. Time to see how consistently the professor's testimony matches up with his actual actions. So with this, would I profess the tape recorder by chance, Kirby? Yeah.
Objection!
So let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods. There's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offence, Your Honour. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honour. This is an outrage. No, I am bald. Yes, of course, Your Honour. Now, please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor, and he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it." There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness.
Objection!
The tape contained our client's voice and showed it as incredibly damning evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You're going to hell. I'm going to die. You never had any good intentions, only lies to protect yourself while blaming others. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. He's so white. Why, you dare call my teachings and methods lies? Themis Legal Academy is a proud institution. It is the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you. Huh? Professor Means, what's with your hair?
Quiet! No talking in class.
Ow!
Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin with roll call. Athena Sykes.
Huh? Oh, here?
Apollo Justice.
I'm fine. I mean, I'm here.
Fool. The proper response is here without any extraneous information.
Ouch. I mean, here.
Next, Your Honor.
Here.
C-class. That is the proper way to answer. Simon Blackquill.
He put his pet to class.
I said Simon Blackquill. Are you here or not?
There's always one, isn't there?
Well, then I'll just mark you absent. Now get out of my class this instant.
Okay, get out.
Very well, if that's your wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher?
Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackwell is free of his shackles. Oh shit, no!
Ha ha ha! It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinarian committee. But is that really so shocking? Constabulary lapdog to a teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, Fulbright. Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and promotion to head disciplinarian. Alright, class is now in session.
Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomachache?
Pay attention, I am not the killer, Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening.
But Professor, you created the phony tape to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial.
Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me a murderer. Now pay attention, the murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8. But I was already at home at that time, so how could I have been involved in this crime?
Objection!
Professor Means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time?
Can you prove I was still at school?
Can't I? I can. Yeah. You were still at school at 6. Murder occurred between 6 and 8, so like, yeah, I can prove he was still at school. Yeah, he was still at school.
So you admitted, well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. But you have also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate.
Yeah, I've already graduated.
No way, man! I totally object!
Oh my god, hi Robin. Robin? I can't believe I fell for the Professor's silver tongue lies.
Why, you little... How dare you talk about your teacher like that?
Shut the fuck up, man! I'm not listening to you anymore, man. No way, no how. Now I have a confession to make. You know those 2 statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself. The statues on stage? Do you want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on the stage after the last bell. Right. And that would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could. It would have been way past 7 p.m. before he could have finished. Professor Means was still at school. This is incredibly important testimony. I love Robin. She's so cute. The professor told me, I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I'd made both statues by myself. I'm so sorry for not telling the truth.
Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something. Yeah! Yeah, go Tucker. We love this. We love Tucker. You devil child. And who is in charge of the class pet around here? Not interested. But if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course, only real blades will do. No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Nurse! Nurse! Where's the school nurse when you need one? Tucker is perfect. I love him so much. It would seem Stono seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case you would do well to draw your staff, quick as lightning. See, they said lightning because of Zeus. Very well, then I will just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lesson begins in second period. Prepare to be served old school style. Pop, pop, pop. What does that mean? Oh, never mind. Your testimony, please. Now, pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30. The defendant, Juniper, saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Completing this statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had time to go to the art room and commit murder? Well, the second statue wasn't completed. Her defense team was there and heard her too. Say so too. Don't try and deny it now.
That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang, I'd say around 8:30. That was when I noticed both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell.
All right, the professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question to Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me twice as LONG. So personally, I would think it'd be incredibly difficult to finish it in a short time. That didn't exactly help our case, but he won't get off that easily. Okay, most of the other statues? What exactly does that mean? Robin created the basic outline of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell rang. I, in turn, completed the rest of it. I see. In academics, as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped the most important part of the statue making, didn't you? Why, you insolent little... It was a practical application built upon the basics that takes so much time. Professors such as I mastered the basics long time ago. Unlike Miss Fancy Pants here, who lacks all loyally fundamentals. Oh, quiet, you bit. Now, do you understand? I did not leave the stage until I was done. We'll make some... court record. No, I don't. I know there's more to it and won't stop until the truth comes out. The more you struggle, the more you sink. Like so much legal quicksand, to speak. I used the world's ultimate technique to complete the statue by 8:30.
Oh, okay. Oh. Thanks. I guess I concede. I couldn't hear you. Say it a little louder this time. I concede that Professor Means never left the stage. Haha, that's right, but what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed that crime. I'm not gonna give up here. I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. And unless you have any further objections, I have to put this issue to rest. Well, I mean, that is a further objection, I guess. Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena, you've thought of something? Nope. Well, I said not yet. Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors. Not yet, Athena. It's not your time to quit. At times like this, when it seems there's no other way out, that you have to... Yeah, I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, I should focus on how he could commit a murder without going there. It seems that young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones. Who brought the bird to school? Sykes don't know. If I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I'll have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key factors? If I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time, the only other answer is we got something else wrong. That's it. We're totally wrong about the murder weapon. What if we got the murder weapon wrong? Really now? And what do you intend to label the murder weapon then? Huh? Oh, perhaps you bludgeoned the victim to death with your duller than dull thinking. Well, I know the murder weapon's wrong. Oh. The murder weapon. I'm sorry. I'm not smart. I'm not a smart sheep. Meh. If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer. Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent. Shut the fuck up, old man. No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was. Continue, Sykes Dono. Okay, the murder was actually committed here. Stage? This is me waiting for confirmation. I don't want to get yelled at again. Okay. The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room, but if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all. Silly girl. When the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed. There wasn't any blood on the stage, really? But there was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now blood-stained. It's times like these where lawyers have to save. It's true, there was no bloodstains on the stage floor, but there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain, and that would be this, the school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when she was killed. Oh my, that is quite a compelling theory. Oh, okay. What is it now? That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood, yet only a trace amount was found upon the banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by a wire makes more sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what was your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the utmost in recommendation letters. You are all but guaranteed to get in. Sir, he's 28?
Objection!
He is past that stuff. Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well. You do? There was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner. Well, there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure out what that was. Why? That looks like there's another piece of fabric on top of the school banner. It's the governor's banner that had been specifically made for the school concert. Since it was on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It could have easily absorbed most of the blood like a dishcloth, and only a small amount would have been soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to have only a little blood on it. So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. That would explain it. The governor's banner like a dishcloth surely was at least towel quality. Simon, don't just stand there. Do something. Shut the fuck up, old man. Sykes, Dono, you are learning to wield a blade quite well. But how will you respond when I come slashing at you like this? The remnant of a large bloodstain was detected in the art room. But why would there be blood on there if the murder occurred on stage, as you claimed? The bloodstain in the art room was faked. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. Huh? 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 Yeah, maybe. Thank you. You think I'd stoop so low as to present mere garbage to the court? This is only garbage because somebody tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked governor's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. I'm not the smartest. Order, order! This is quite a development. To think the body was never actually moved. Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain the loud crash you heard during the mock trial? It wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, then what was it? I hadn't thought of that. And the loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues. And what was it indeed? Oh my god, hi! Hi! You've been asleep for hours. I thought I'd been abandoned. That guy abandoned me. The knot in the school banner shows that something was carried along the wire in it. So if that was true, I know what I have to find. I know you do. But I'm like a puppy. When you're asleep, I wait for you to get back. That's just how it works. Something that was in the art room before the murder and then on stage after. Ah, that statue! Yes, I believe this is the statue that broke the other two, not Professor Court's body. The unique statue you see on the right here, that's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the other day before the mock trial, but she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it, as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice. Perhaps you're onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap-heaped relic in such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming. You know why. But the fact you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. Yeah, it's Blackwell! If we consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order to interrupt the mock trial. Professor Means was trying to interrupt the mock trial. That must be the answer. Let me ask you this. Why would the professor want to interrupt the mock trial? I object. To lead us to the body? Alright. We're running out of options here. I've been a bit stupid. So, I've got to take precautions before Kirby starts yelling at me again. Professor Means used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't have possibly moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi. That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. No, Kirby is bullying me. Kirby was like, I've gone through the walkthrough just in case, you know. And I was like, oh, thank you. And then I made a mistake. And all I saw was, so I'm scrolling back in the chat to find it. Just, I clicked the wrong evidence and just, in all caps, no! The crime scene, Nobah! Jesus fuck! And I was like, oh, okay. My apologies. I'll do better next time. I did not, in fact, do better next time. You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says and says what he means, by all means. Fine then, say it already, I'm waiting. Yeah. The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until later the next day. Countless students passed by the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So, answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body the entire time? I can't wait for this one and its thinly veiled sexual innuendo. That can be explained by, oh, fuck! If the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would have inevitably been discovered. And of course, there was nowhere to hide the body upon that stage. This is not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp. I know, but we've come so far. Haha, consider yourself schooled. I wouldn't have possibly killed anyone. Yeah. Yeah. My great little detective, Bobby Fulbright. The killer is none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been and always will be. Just wait a minute. Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had Hugh convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgotten that little fiasco. Not only did you fail your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. Oh my god, panic attack in the courtroom. Again. Honestly, if she had $100 for every panic attack she had in the courtroom, she'd be fucking rich. She wouldn't need to work. Okay. Yeah, Vinny's asleep in a box somewhere. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you have not lost everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I?
Don't tell me I've failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer, I even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again?
I love this cutscene we get like once per fucking thing. Athena, what's wrong?
Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. Relax, Athena, breathe. It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, this is how it ends. Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would.
You leave Athena alone, man! She's the one who saved me!
I'm a girl. It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between Hugh, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena, one of the best. But I raised false charges against Hugh, and that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things.
Hello, you 25-year-old man. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You use legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important.
But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Athena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Junie, I know you better than most people, Athena. And I know you never surrendered to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie, but I feel like I could barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence.
Oh my god, Professor Blackwell.
Stop your bleating this instant. You look an utter fool.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
There's one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied very hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you have worked for thus far? It would not do to have you disappoint you-know-who. You're wasting your time. You've nothing on me. No evidence or anything to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the might of lawyers, for whom the end justifies the means. Don't worry, Athena. You're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him.
But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now?
Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath, look back over the entire case. If there's a truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. Now let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. He's not smiling. She's smiling.
You don't have to worry about me now.
Yes. Sorry about that panic attack, guys. I'm back. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. Oh my god, brain time! Whee! Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else. Which means the body had to have been hidden on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, when did Professor Means remove the body from the hiding place? Well, let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? You know Clavier, the guy you like so much? His brother. The serial killer.
Let's see, what was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could remove the body from its hiding places during the mock trial. The body was moved during the mock trial. It was during the mock trial specifically when Junie wasn't there. Oh. Oh. During the speech. His brother is so kinda. Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there specifically. The white statue. Lady Justice was also moved. During the mock trial, Professor wrapped the Lady Justice in the school banner and sent it zipping down the stage with a crash, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like a murder occurred in the art room. Well, there wasn't anywhere to hide, but was there anywhere to hide the body on stage? It doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second, how about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Something used to cover the body up, but it didn't draw any overdue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. In that way, no one would suspect there was a body hidden inside. What was already on stage and capable of concealing a body? The body was hidden by Wright's statue. Oh, I know, the Mr. Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside, cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. Miss Newman gave up on the Wright statue, yet Professor Means finished it within a single night. Yes, what an impressive feat that was. I was like, ah, shit. We broke her, guys. It's okay, give her a second. Fucking Blackwell over in the corner being like, man, am I gonna have to actually use my psychology degree? I don't really want to.
Objection!
Shut the fuck up, Your Honor, I wasn't done. No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work, the murder of Professor Court. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth, it looked just like a statue. What? I second that. What? Now this is getting interesting. No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible? Apollo, tie me up. We'll never know unless we try. Uh-oh, I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. I'm gonna pose like the statue, like so. And now I want you to wrap me up in some cloth so that I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? Trissy! I'm afraid this isn't the right colour, Mr. Justice. Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honour. Alright, I think that about does it. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look like a statue of Mr... Yeah, this is where it comes from. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look like a statue of Mr. Wright or what? Looks like some random person to me. Weren't the statues a pair of busts? Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair, the statue's head is way bigger than your average person anyway. You're gonna hand it to me for trying, innit? Wait. That's it, the hands. Her arms were raised over her head, and the dark bruises around her wrists. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. The marks on her wrists indicate she'd been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? Clip that. What? No! Besides, it's your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Professor Court's were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. Behind
My head. Apollo, tie both my hands behind my heads. Fuck it, poor Blackwell having to sit here and listen to this knowing his relation to Athena. No. Just being like, what have they reduced me to?
See, this makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both hands tied behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose.
But he's just standing there. He is disassociating.
Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make an objection pose like this. I can't help but thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body you don't have right now.
Pee-pee.
Oh right, there was an arrow sticking out her side. Alright, Apollo. Take that and plunge it into my side.
What are you, crazy?
Fine, then go get some duct tape. Rapido, Chanel.
Alright. I don't need to know other languages to know bossy when I hear it. He's so done.
A fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair created from 2 hands. A masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with that cloth. But remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? Mummy, the arm's too short. Shh, remember your indoor voice, dear. Thank you very much. And nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But what else could you use for the arm?
Still won't give up, eh? I must commend you. If only for your spirit and determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all she put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now, disappointing me again. Oh, that's... You are exactly right, Bex. And Kirby. That stuff. The ugly, ugly stuff.
Yikes, I guess I better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. Professor Court was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If it wasn't premeditated, he must have used something close at hand in his little room. Apollo, show me the stage setup of those photos again.
Like that, right now? Okay, hold on.
Please, 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 please. Got it. I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Wright.
That is absurd. There's no such thing in this photo.
Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's that staff you have right there.
Staff? This is the spear of a great legal warrior. Whatever, just hurry up and lend it to me. She doesn't fucking care.
Its length is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm.
Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give your arm a hand, cloth and binding coming right up. This is the weirdest case of BDSM I've ever seen in my life.
Objection!
Oh my god.
It's Phoenix Wright! Look, it's that famous lawyer. That's definitely him. I'd know that pose anywhere.
Hello?
We did it, didn't we? Haha! Well, am I not the splitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? A man who will bring us out of these dark ages and into the era of brilliant golden light?
She sounds like she's in a cult. Golden light, all I see before me is a pink spectre of a man.
Aha! That's just because Mr. Wright likes his suit. He's positively tickled pink. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink!
That joke deserves a pink slip. For that, that you get a pink slip when you get fired. He's saying she deserves to be fired over that joke.
It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness?
The resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence. Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory using more than mere coincidence. To prove his spear was thrust into the body, all I have to do is test the spear for blood. We've assumed the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in. But if it was a wound from a spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it. Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? No, wait, what if I burn it? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you. Huh? Just specifically the Write Anything Agency, really. Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now, I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. Bathroom detail? This is a pre-warning to everyone that it will get chalkboard screechy in a second. So if you don't like that, please take some time away now. It's okay, it's over. Prosecutor Blackwell, what has become of the witness Aristotle means? It is as Sykestono suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He has admitted to this heinous crime, all of it. He shall join us in the Clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Right, he'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? I could barely make out a word he said on account of his shattered teeth. Oh, one of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist, too? I eventually had him put pen to paper. Turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to question him at length the day of the killing right there on the stage. The result? The heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know the script's contents via the victim's note. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own awl in order to make the killing look like the one in the script and thus frame the defendant. But that scrap of paper with Hugh's name had the same mark as Professor Court's planner. Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating top of their class. Really? So then... Indeed. Once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. And the handwriting is being analysed now. But like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. I know that Constance Court was clean, and only Aristotle Means took bribes. To think a professor would murder a colleague and then try to pin it on a student. If this is the dark age of the law, then we can only hope that a brighter future lies ahead. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods, not guilty. Yay! I only nearly died in that one, it's fine. I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom... I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you, if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with you all to make a difference.
Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her death be in vain. That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today. He's in a good mood. He's had his antidepressants. He's fine. Court is adjourned. No. See, Basil won't let me gamble because I'm poor currently, so I've been banned from gambling. This is the same thing, though.
Thank you, Athena. I really mean it.
It was nothing, really. I can take the biggest tangle of mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know, you look pretty wound up there at the end, literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. It's fine. Athena just gently looking Apollo in the eye. I will kill you. I will assault you in this court.
I wanted to thank you too, Apollo.
Don't mention it.
The way you were always there for Athena when she was in a bind, and at the detention center when your smile gave me hope for there was more. It was like warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person.
Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. But I still have lots of work to do, and I can't wait to see you. I can't wait until we see you in the judges' bench.
I promise you I'll get there someday. That's why, until that day, I'll...
Guys, we got some big news, and I mean this is huge. Oh, hey guys, are we interrupting anything? No, it's okay, I think. What's the big news? The school festival, it was supposed to have been cancelled after what happened, but we just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance Court, who worked so hard to make it happen, the festival is being extended one extra day until tomorrow. Really? Alright. Oh my god. Oh my god, he does speak in this scene! He's not German, by the way. Not canonically.
We've got a special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy. Achtung, baby. It's time for the guitar serenade.
I don't like that he sounds like that. Massive crush on Apollo. Massive crush on Clavier. Yeah. Fair enough if you want. That's his rocker voice. No, that's unfortunately just his voice. There's no difference there. That is just his voice. Well, that was so much fun. School festivals are amazing.
I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away.
Your singing voice, Juniper, it made my... It could melt my H-E-A-R-T. Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember the objection pose is all about attitude. Oh, and congrats on your mock trial win, although Robin had you there for a while. I did, didn't I? But I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm gonna make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court. Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait, did they reprise the trial and Hugh won? Level-headed law. Oh my god. He's gonna confess to her! Except now it's weird because he's 25. So, is he really gonna confess? Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. Oh my god, he is. Huh? Oh, is he gonna do what I think he's gonna do? Oh my god, it's your daughter!
Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, best friends like we've always been?
Huh? Best friends? Weren't you gonna profess your love for Juniper when you won in the mock trial?
No, I was gonna confess
that I'm not a genius and that I am really 25 years old. But you guys dragged it out of me during the trial, so like, there's nothing to confess. Thanks, guys. You ruined my fucking moment.
Listen, you too, Robin, Miriam.
Miriam? Oh, fucking hell, hello. Me too? Miriam's got tactical espionage action down to a science.
I've been thinking, it's up to us to put the dark age of the law, if we can, the end to it. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth, and the end never justifies the means.
Count me in. I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. I don't remember the case that comes after this. Wait, does case 4 lead into case 5? Because if it does, I'm 100% down for like another 7-hour stream. Why? Is it about him? Is it about him? Alright, that's a yes then. You'll see. You bet. And what about your BFF, Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey, no talking about me behind my back. So what kind of guy is he anyway? Well, if I had to describe in one word. And so... Oh, okay. Damn. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. Fuck's sake! Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Even now those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind? It's very good him. He's my boy. He's my boy right there. That's the boy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is Apollo's series. Oh, cutscene. Oh, never mind. A courtroom bombing incident, a terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal word in this dark age of the law. I can't stop the train. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. I'm sorry. No, it's from the first trial. Ted Sonate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think. Yeah, it's like the fucking FNAF games. That there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I wanted to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. Ah, the cosmic turnabout. I was correct. It does start there, doesn't it? I'm so sorry. Oh, here we go. I'm a little bit sorry.
1 hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay.
I'm adequate amounts of sorry.
Come in at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
I don't want to stop after this cutscene, though. I'm having a great time. I'm fine. Clay isn't, but I am. Anyway. The stuff that I accidentally skipped at the end. So after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend. Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled, for not long after their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate, and the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Okay. Yeah. But I also woke up at like 1 PM. And it's the weekend. I'm fine. Defendant lobby number 5. Time for another trial to begin. But this one's different.
Sorry to bother you.
Oh, do I have anything in the court record?
Look at that boy! Oh no!
It's not that I want to torture you. I just like the cases. I just really like the cases. That's all. That's all. There's nothing else. Okay. I mean, I could take a break. Okay. You'd have 2 nickels. Anyway. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, I know you are. It's fine, don't worry. I will talk to you on Discord though. Anyway. How do I skip a song on this fucking thing? No. Can't be listening to that right now. I'll cry. Anyway, so I will work on uploading this and then okay. I'm stretching. Could just redeem it. It is a redeem. Okay. Yeah, I'll upload this to YouTube. And, yeah. Thank you for tuning in for the 4-hour, nearly 20-minute stream. Bye-bye.